difference?
I couldn't tell a whole lot of difference.
I was thinking about getting a 102-inch whip.
Them new ones suck ass.
Yeah, they got a few different ones.
Yeah, you gotta get the one that the brass parts like pressed onto it, like clamped down onto the steel stinger. Cause all these other motherfuckers, they got a brass collar, but they drilled out the center and put a set screw. And the problem with them is where the threads start, it snaps off right there.
Yeah, I think that's a fucking workman one or whatever. It's got like 2 set screws on it. I think the Hustler one is pressed, and there's a couple more.
Oh, I'm gonna press this other joint.
Smoke your fucking apple fritter, motherfucker.
I ain't got none. I ain't had one in a while. I still want to smoke me an apple fritter, get my smoker going. Go get me an apple fritter and throw in there.
Yeah, smoke that motherfucker with some cherry wood. So Gary smokes his carp with some blackjack.
Well. Or smoking carp.
Man, we used to have it around my hometown I'm from. We used to have this old nigger man. He was about 80, and name was G.I. And he'd roll through the service station we had, and he'd roll through there all the time and shit, popping his trunk. He had this fucking giant ass turtle in there one day. He pulled up in there. He said, "This motherfucker got 8 kind of meat on it."
Hell yeah. Yeah, them soft shell turtles. They eat them over. I ain't never ate none of them, but I've caught them, but I ain't never ate them.
Shit, fuck that.
Oh no, man. I think we'll want to get me another relay and throw in here. This motherfucker's pissing me off.
Which one? That one?
That's that damn box I built. I don't know if it's the damn relays or what, but when I unkey, my receive ain't kicking in all the way. It's not making like full contact, 'cause it sounds like everybody's way the hell off out in the distance, and I can tap that relay, and it'll come back.
What relay are they?
It's just a 12-volt relay.
Is it one of them, like a small amperage one?
That's the same shit they put in amplifiers and crap.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell it's like. It ain't kicking it back to making full contact. Shit, I don't know. I might just take it apart again, tweak on it a little bit, tweak them arms on there, something, 'cause this is like the third one. I had a 30 amp fucking relay in there, one of them big bastards. It worked for a while, and then it started wigging out. I had to turn my dead key up, so I don't know if this shit's doing something to it or what.
Don't be saying tweak. Gary will be over there wanting the front.
Hell yeah, he said tweak. We gotta go.
You be over there wanting some of that rattlesnake Kool-Aid. Come on.
I don't drink Kool-Aid. I don't drink Kool-Aid and I don't live in a trailer park.
But you do have a flower pot.
Where's it at?
I don't know. Gary put some Old Spice in there, remember?
He's so fucking retarded. He claims I got a flower pot on my porch. He claims he come over here and put something on my porch, but then he says I live in a trailer park. So I don't know where he went. I doubt he went anywhere. He's just making shit up. But nothing he says makes any goddamn sense.
He won't even put anything on his front porch. He's afraid he'll steal it himself.
You cut that motherfucker and tore him out on 30th Street, period.
That's fucked up. He won't even put shit out on his own porch because he's afraid he'll steal his own shit.
Oh, that was fucking weird.
Smoking some of that black tar.
Fucking angel dust, man.
Hell yeah, I gotta clean that pipe out somehow.
Where's that gravy leg at?
Where's that roughneck?
Yo, Gary, show up, motherfucker. Racist son of a bitch.
Hell, he probably had to go to Plano this weekend.
You better not be splitting down there.
No, he said he likes to play with his dogs no.
think Texas is getting hammered.
Go, kid.
Where did Rocky go?
It's got a hook on it. It's hooking.
I heard speed guns out.
Free tacos for everybody.
I think South Korea's president quit or something. President deflected or something. He got out of there. Now King Kong are going over there and take over.
Well, they were trying to overthrow him about a month or so ago.
That King Ding Dong guy?
I guess he's been doing corrupt stuff.
Which one?
Any politician. Banana pudding.
What are you talking on tonight?
My Cobra 148. Does it sound like that?
Oh, it sounds good. Cut that $50 radio.
This radio was given to me by, I think it was Larry.
Oh, I thought you bought one somewhere and it worked.
And it quit working. I was talking on it one night and it quit. That was it.
Let the air out, huh?
Yeah, the air and the smoke let out of it. I had to wait with it, try to figure out what happened. Larry and, somebody hooked it up backwards. Oh, not a burning pot.
I want you to tell us how you used to make punch sticks.
Now we're gonna have to make our own fireworks.
This radio is full of those titanium capacitors.
strong radio if it's got titanium in it.
Titanium, not titanium. Titanium.
Is that like beryllium?
Sounds like unobtainium to me.
It's generic.
Alien technology.
And somebody's putting a 12 volts right to the panel. It's one of them sound tracker radios. I pushed the sound tracker button. What's that sound like?
Here for a minute, then normal.
It does sound weird. Alright. That's all.
Might just be for the receive.
Say, you have to have the radio, and y'all put it on it sounds good that way.
Good, does this thing sound right on AM?
Sound like a big radio. Now, somebody's done a bunch of work on this thing. Got channels in it, and there's extra. Somebody's worked it over. I think they kind of knew what they was doing, too. Wave it in, Dr. Ball, if you can hear me.
It's Friday night in the big city. They're waiting for the party guy to show up.
Duct tape, probably not going to show up, but he was there. We'll be on this.
Yeah, he started playing that Bueno, and I just turned it off.
He was playing his top of Bueno song. Bueno, Bueno, Gelada. pot pie.
I went up there and listened to My Name is Roy.
No, he's not on there again, is he? Old Roy Power, or that's like shoved up his butt.
I think they're on there every day. A bunch of them up there got into it. Now they all fussing.
Well, buddy, it sounds like they just need to grow up.
And a lot of people like that, too.
Oh, yeah. There's a whole world full of them. Beetlejuice or Blade Runner, Scorpio. Somebody out there should be damn quiet.
I think Rattlesnake's working on his relay switch or something.
Roger that. Buddy, I'm going to sit down in my chair and relax for a little bit. I will poke at you later on if you're going to be on this. Say about my CB room here. And put a bunch of stuff in a box out in the garage.
Oh my, you'll never find it.
I know. It always happens that way. I'll catch you in a short.
Oh, 10. Okay, no, catch you.
Can you come clean my radio room after you're done with yours?
That's going to be days on mine, so it could be next month.
Well, just put me on the schedule.
I got you down. I got you down. Your radio room is probably a lot more, let's say, organized than mine. I got shit everywhere.
Well, I started 2 weeks ago, so we're getting better. So it's you know, it's not as disorganized now.
Every time Buffy and I go to clean up our CB room, well, then we can't find half the stuff that we need.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like mine, you know. It's been in the same place for 7 years, and you go over in range, and now you can't find anything.
Well, then we blame it on our wife. You come in here and got my screwdriver, didn't you? All you don't hear is, I never touch your stuff.
Yeah, we've been through that. So of course I have the big tool chest out in the garage, and then I have the tools out here that are on a pegboard, and I always notice when things are missing. So now she went and got her own tools.
Yeah, boy, that's exactly what happened around my house. All right, I'll get out of here. Let you boys take care out there. Y'all keep it going. I'll catch you later on. I'm back from 27 to the recliner.
All right, Rocky, I'm just sitting here feeding my face, listening to this. So you have a good evening. You know who? I'm back quiet. Man, Canada must be coming in heavy, because all I've been hearing is French. Do you hear any of that, Buffalo?
Yeah, I heard that one guy come in there. I thought it was Mexican. Of course, I was watching the pipe, so I wasn't really paying attention.
I heard that. Oh well. There's one on channel 20 on the upper side and one on channel 16 on upper side. They're all French as well.
Oh my. Yeah, they come in.
Area 1 up there in Canada sounds.
VR, when you say y'all was going Sunday?
What's that? Oh, yes. Yeah, we're going Sunday.
4 p.m.
Hell yeah. Come on.
You get that butter knife heated up?
Hell yeah. Done a change to that. Had to get my crack lighter out, torch my butter knife, get it real hot.
So it's nice and happy now.
For now. I don't know what the hell. Maybe it's these relays. I don't know. It'd be like I'd unkey and everybody's like way out there. It's like my receive cuts in half.
Yep, it's what mine does every once in a while.
And I reach over and tap it and it'll come back like it's supposed to be.
Mine hasn't done it in a while. I bought those relays and they're just sitting in the cabinet. Now I'm beginning to wonder if it wasn't the relay in the switcher when I was running the other radios.
Yeah, I don't know. I had one of them 30 amp relays in there. It worked at first, and then all of a sudden started giving me high SWRs and shit. But the relay still works. I don't get it.
Hell, you could run some serious power at that 30 amper.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I thought about hooking it back up. See if it'll work. Yeah, with that can circuit I got from Don, he said it'll hold 200-300 watts or something. Keying up. I hooked up my Kenwood to it and it stayed. It didn't blow it up, so it held that.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Is it just a single pole, double, or how's that go? Double pole, single throw?
Who?
Nah, it's just regular old relay.
I mean, I got a vacuum relay, 15 amps. That'd work.
Nah, this is like small relay. I got it in a little box. That 30 amp just barely fit in there.
Yeah. You talk about those small ones, about half-inch tall, switching relays.
Yeah, these are like an inch wide, whatever, about an inch and a quarter tall. It's got the hot in the ground and 6 poles.
Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah.
It's what they use in amplifiers and everything else. The only one that I've ever seen. I got a couple somewhere. It's got, I don't know how many damn contactors it has in it. It's small, but it has freaking probably 15 or 20 freaking poles on it.
There's one over in my other 250V box. With a little driver it's only like 16 of the bolts on the plate. It runs one of those, that style relay.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I hope this shit fixes that damn receive shit. That was annoying as hell. Cause I'd be talking to Snowman and he just like almost disappears when it does it. And I'm like, what the hell?
Yep. So when mine was doing it, if you were talking, I'd have to sit there and key the relay real quick while you're talking to get your receive back. And then I figured it out. If I put it in standby, the receive would come back.
Damn it. Yeah, I tried that a couple times while people were talking. I'd flick that foot pedal. Sometimes it'd work, sometimes it wouldn't. I don't know, so far, well, it's brand new, so give it a couple days. It'd probably be wore out.
Yep. Well, right now, I'm on RF sensing relay, or circuit. I'm not on the foot pedal circuit, so I'm using the foot pedal to key the radio.
That's what I use mine for. Now I got that Kent circuit. Hold on. I guess he's making them or something. I just put it in there with it. I made the regular one, but shit, I went and hooked. I forgot what the hell I hooked up. I don't remember if it was that base station or something. I hooked up the first key down. It says pow. You can hear it pop.
I heard that. See, speaking of which, I've got to come up with another. I didn't even think of that. I gotta put another relay in this foot pedal. I got a bag full of them. So if you need keying relays for foot pedals, I got a shit ton of them.
Hell, this got a little push button momentary crap. It's like the button's like right in the middle of it. I think it's maybe 1.5 inches wide, maybe 3/8 tall, with the little button right in the middle.
Yep, that's the ones I got. Because I thought I was having problems with this Heil, and it wasn't even that. It was light switches stuff, but so I ordered some, and it was cheaper to buy like 20 of them than it was to buy one. But I'm gonna add one so I can run another cable to another box. That way you're not hotkeying the amplifier, so key the amplifier first and then drive everything else into it.
Damn it. I just key the radio and everything else keys itself.
Yep. Well, I forgot about that. I'm glad you mentioned that. That's another thing I got to do tomorrow. Because right now I have two coming out of my foot pedal. One's a phono that I use to key the radios, which I'm not using right now. And the other's an RCA connection, which is what's on the back of this Flex, so I'm using it. And I'm using the RF sensing and the 250B box. But the other box is going to be a foot pedal. So I gotta come up with another RCA cable.
What the hell? This guy hunted wild hogs with an M249 saw.
They do that shit in Texas a lot.
Now the question is, where did he get a saw from?
I don't know. These YouTubers come up with some shit.
You getting out radio check? I'm over here in Oklahoma City.
You got that text station about whatever you want.
That's right, Friday night in the ghetto. Well, you faded out on me. I didn't hear where you were at, but you sounded good there for a second. Mother Nature's just moving around a lot. You take care out there, 1378, Oklahoma told you that.
Anybody at 1378? Hey, 1378, Scream Eagle around New Brunswick, Canada, looking to break.
Well, hello, Screaming Eagle. I haven't talked to you in a few months. How you doing?
No, we're not doing too bad, man. We're just going around the bend, see what's going on, man. It's been very quiet, and I heard you talk, so I figured I'd bump it down and see if we could wave a quick hand way back to you there, break.
Hey, Roger on that. Well, you always sound grand on the band. I pointed the beams up your way so we can get up there a little bit better there, Roger.
Yeah, man, you're coming around, man. You're like almost at 40 dB there on my 148 there, break.
Hey, Roger on that. Well, it's good to hear you in there, Screaming Eagle. I'm going to get back out of the way so the locals can holler at you, or we can get back to local talking. But sounding good as always. You take care up there in Canada, 1378, Oklahoma. I'll see you.
All right, 1378. I appreciate the bump down, man. Take care. You always sounding good, man. In my neck of the woods, no doubt about that.
I got NVGs too. What the hell?
It's a Swiss cheese ham sandwich right there.
Man, these guys got NVGs too.
That shit's crazy. They take off about 4 minutes into it. These motherfuckers just open fire on this herd. Fuck.
I just don't get how they can get these guns. They must have like a Class C license or something.
Yeah. Nice stop, fucking jackass. Fucking cops just running their fucking stop signs like it ain't nothing.
Man, they're jacking these hogs up.
Is it from the helicopter?
Nah, they're in the back of a pickup with a M240, or basically it's a machine gun.
Yeah. Yeah, some of them's got a helicopter they ride around in. That, some Jeeps. Hell, there's a bunch of them.
I'm just curious how they were able to get a hold of these saws. They must have, like I said, they must have a Class C license or something that they can buy that stuff.
Yeah, that's all you gotta have. And then pay fucking tax shit on it.
Oh yeah.
They're just fucking tearing them up.
Yeah, he probably picked up a grant to pay for it.
See, and what's funny is the Marines had the saw, and we still had the original 60, and they're like, oh hell, we want to play with your guys' original 60.
Shit, them dudes make enough money off that shit, they can buy whatever they want, I'm sure.
Hell yeah. Sound like a water sprinkler going off.
I was gonna say, what is that? Because it's throwing one heck of a signal.
That's them in the back of that truck.
Oh, okay, because it was throwing some weird stuff on your signal.
That's not at all what I thought it was.
Damn it. Yeah, it's probably...
Yeah, that.
Yeah, it's about 6 minutes into that video.
Well, what's funny is, you know, you're pretty flat on the looking at this thing, and then when that noise went off, it's like you had a center carrier, and then you had two side lobes on the side. I'm like, what the heck?
I guess they just leave them motherfuckers out there to die. Hell, them little ones, fuck, I'd be picking them motherfuckers up.
Yeah, mostly they just leave them. I mean, we were out surveying a field one day, and I ran across. Someone went out and shot all these wild hogs, boars, or whatever you want to call them. And they left almost 20 bodies laying out in the middle of that field.
Hell yeah, they're like mice over there.
Yeah, I guess they like to tear the property up, from what I understand.
Hell yeah, we used to go out there in Luther and hunt them. They was tearing that dude's land up bad. And what was fucked up, man, there was rub marks my waist high on fucking trees and shit.
Oh wow. Yep. Needless to say, when we were out in the middle of nowhere in those fields, we carried because we were afraid of boars coming up on us.
Hell yeah. Yeah, they'll rototill the fucking field up quick. It's like we rode around on golf carts and shit out there, and there's like open field next to a pond. Fuck, it was like driving down one of these streets around here. Fucking potholes everywhere.
Shit, them boars run up on you in the city now.
You know, back then, hell, my dad, he went and took one of them post hole drillers and drilled a fucking hole and put maple shit or whatever it was and put corn in it. Dude, them fucking hogs dug like a funnel around. They dug down. They made a big old fucking hole, dude. They was trying to get down there to it.
Hell yeah, teamwork. That's on each side. Bitches there aren't free.
Molasses, what it was, molasses.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, when we were out in that field and we seen them ones that they shot, there was a couple there who were probably pushing 300 pounds.
Yeah, you want them young ones. That shit there's the bomb, man. That's better than anything you could buy at the fucking store.
Yeah, that young stuff.
Me and my cousin Chris, we got one, and shit, we skinned it and all that shit out there, and come home, throwed it on the grill, back strap and all that fuck. We was eating it off the grill. That shit was badass. I miss going out there doing that.
Mr. R?
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm good. Wonderful. Yeah, wonderful. Couldn't be no better. Maybe I could be a little better, but I'm good. I'm real good.
Roger on that. You're feeling no pain.
Roger on the no pain. I'm gonna finish.
Damn. I said they killed 72 of them in that video.
After dinner cocktail, you know what I'm saying?
The after dinner cocktail. That's what I just finished.
Yeah, I had quite a few up till dinner. Then I had dinner. So now I gotta have one more. Or two.
Well, I heard that. Well, I'll probably just do the one. I'll get jacked up tomorrow.
Well, I got a good head start on it tonight, so I'm always gonna continue.
I gotta help Wendy tomorrow. We get new flooring Monday, so we gotta pull all the baseboards off and move stuff around to get ready for them.
Are you getting some laminate?
Getting that vinyl, fake wood stuff.
Roger.
You getting that black loam up?
We got a busy day tomorrow.
I know, it's going to be a busy weekend. I'm not going to get done what I want to do, but that's all right.
Is that floating floor you putting down, or vinyl? Like a sheet of vinyl?
It's that vinyl floor, or wood floor stuff. We were going to get the real stuff, but they recommended we didn't because of the animals.
Yeah. You know, I got that, them planks, beat them together, called floating floor, vinyl shit. And then in my laundry room, I just got straight vinyl. It's like linoleum or something, but it's cushion back shit, but looks like wood. Everybody comes to my house, they see that vinyl shit, and they're like, hey, it's good vinyl flooring. They go in that laundry room, they think that shit's wood.
Yeah, no, we went with the plank stuff, but it should look good. We hope. We'll see. But see, we got the entryway is all I forget what they call it. It's all porcelain or whatever that crap is. Same with the kitchen.
Yeah, this floor over here, it's a pretty good floor, but my dad driving them scooter chairs around in here, he got his last scooter chair, it was pretty heavy. It was fully loaded like a Cadillac, and it tore it up a little bit in here, and but that shit in the laundry room, that sheet of that linoleum, whatever, vinyl flooring's what they call it, all went down in one sheet. Boy, that shit's still holding strong, and everybody thinks it's real wood.
But that floating floor we put in, all them planks beat together with a hammer, them old scooter chairs give it a hard time.
Oh, I bet. See, and that's what I'm afraid of is the wear and tear. So when we get this stuff down, I guess you would call it a coaster. Hell, I don't know. Put coasters on the furniture so it doesn't scratch it up.
Yeah, Roger. You got concrete floor down there out there, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I think that should work out good for you. We got this damn crawl space shit frame house, and I don't think that kind of materials should be used on a frame house, especially if you got some heavy-ass scooter chairs rolling around.
Well, that makes sense. Those joists moved around, and it allows it to move too much. I get it. I see where it went wrong.
Yeah, Roger. Live and learn, you know.
But it doesn't really matter what you would have put down. You still would have tore it up.
Probably so. You're probably right. For sure. Them scooter chairs, they got hard on shit.
Exactly. My dad never used his in the house, but he had concrete flooring as well. So he always just used his outside and around the mall or grocery store.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, I think that last chair he got was like 402 pounds, and then you throw his 200 in it. That's 600 scooting around on that old subfloor, or whatever you call it. Yeah, that shit tend to move a little bit.
You think? You figure it's probably a 2x6 or 2x8 with we'll give them benefit of the doubt. We'll say they put 3/4 inch plywood down.
Yeah, I told him, I said, you come in the back door and park that heavy bitch by the door, transfer over into this lightweight scooter chair. But yeah, he wasn't hearing none of that shit. He just drove big heavy wherever he wanted to go.
I heard that. I had Wendy in my ear.
Right, Joe. Tell him Mr. R said what's
She went back into the living room.
Right.
Breaker, 520.
Go ahead, 520.
Question for y'all. Another question that y'all might have an answer to.
We're out here in Oklahoma City. Where are you at?
I'm in Oklahoma City too. I had a question that y'all might have an answer to.
Yeah, go ahead.
I picked up a radio off of eBay, which was dumb already, but it's got like one of the most 75 amps in the back. I hook it up and it's not transmitting shit.
Because it's burned up.
Sounds like a final or something. Like Snake said, something burnt up.
Yeah, the RX-75 burned up. They probably got it too hot and it smoked out.
You know, that would make sense actually, because it did look a little crispy or a little dirty or dusty on the inside when I took the covers off.
Yeah, if you can get that cover off or see inside, I think there's a cover on that where you can look down inside that and see if it looks like a big regulator, that final they got in there, but look and see if it's still intact all around it. I mean, usually when they blow, there's a crack or blows a corner off or blows a hole clean in it.
Does it do that in the 75 amplifier, or does it do it like to the board inside, probably where the final is of the actual radio?
If they put that on the back of theirs, there ain't no final in the radio. It's all on the back.
Alright, I'll have to take that with me to work and tinker with it. Well, while I got y'all as well, I'm on the look for like something to use as like a home antenna in general before I go and just buy one off of the eBay again.
Hell, just the easy one to throw up. Probably one of them IMAX 2000 or Antron 99 or something like that.
Are the Antrons the ones that need a ground plane, or are those the ones that don't need it?
Hell, if you can find you an old school penetrator 500, not the new shit, the old school one, look it up and you see what they look like. But if you can find one of them anywhere on the internet, you can try to get that. It's a whole lot better than that stupid shit they try to sell you now.
Oh, wow, I agree 100%.
I'll do some more research and look into that. Right now at my house, I just got that homemade antenna, and it don't get out very far. It's probably like a couple miles.
Yeah, if you just want something, I mean, they do get out, but I used to have an Antron. They work, but I'd rather have aluminum. Aluminum.
Aluminum ones? The new ones like fiberglass or something?
In my opinion, aluminum works a lot better.
You got to figure when you're using an IMAX or an Amtron 99, you're talking on 14 gauge piece of wire that's surrounded by fiberglass. So the aluminum ones are going to work a lot better than that.
Said that I was reading the comments in that video I sent you. They said they got the 71 kills badge. He's the Baconator.
Damn, 71. That's crazy.
Dude, if you ain't watched it, goddamn, dude, they was lighting them up, boy.
Oh yeah, no, I watched it up to about 5 or 6 minutes, and then I killed it. Wendy was in my ear.
Dude, that was like full auto. They was lighting them up. And the comments just said, next he'll be hunting hogs in an A10 Warthog.
That'd be cool. I guess as quick as the skip came in, it disappeared.
Wave a hand out there, 1378.
Hey, good evening to you, Moondog. How you doing?
Well, I just sitting here, kicked back, ready for Friday night in the big town.
I think that's been postponed till tomorrow.
Yeah, then tomorrow night they'll postpone it again. Postpone it. Can't say it. But yeah, I got you.
I heard that. Well, you're sounding good this evening.
Well, I appreciate it. I hooked up something else up there. Me and Dr. Bob, he got me fixed up.
Well, I guess it's been a while since I've seen you like this.
So that's good to hear. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Usually in there around 7 dB, you're up there 9 dB now.
Boy, I can't complain about that, that's for sure. Yeah. I may have to move my head out a notch.
Shut up.
Oh, there's a happy camper right there.
So yeah, somebody wants me to shut up or wants us to shut up. Go ahead there. I'll shut up.
I guess he didn't have anything further to say.
His only vocabulary was shut up. Hell, I don't mind shutting up. Something important. But I'll get back quiet here there, 1378. I just want to wave a hand at you there. You sounding good, bud. Good to hear you in there.
Okay, Moondog, you take care over there. I'm gonna see what Wendy's doing. I'm thinking she's already starting to take the baseboard off.
Heck yeah. Well, y'all have a good one over there. Wave a hand at everybody. You, your wife, your boy, everybody.
10-4. That's quiet around here. Skippy went out to, I think, bull riding or something. I don't know. Who knows? We'll find out tonight or later tomorrow when he gets home. From work. So, all right, I'll be back here shortly. If you know who out west, I'll see you.
All right, bud. Talk at you later this evening, I hope. Have a good one.
Brady 19 for radio check. Any drivers out there hear that radio?
Hey, Doctor, I heard you out there earlier. Are you still out there? I want to wave a hand at you if you are.
Everybody is script boat Joe, Burka.
He's probably pretty much out of it. He was wound up to 1, 2, 3 o'clock this morning.
Damn it. Hell, he ain't gonna show up for about a week.
Yeah, he really rode himself hard last night. He was plumb tuckered out.
They said it was gonna be a long night for his pipsqueak ass.
Well, it was. I was trying to get on his compadre list again. I don't know if I made it or not. I hope I made it so I can give him another cussing.
Probably couldn't read what was on it.
Yeah, he was full of it last night. He was wanting to fight, shoot, stab, and beat up everybody, but that's what he always does. I do have another date tomorrow to swap meet with him.
Hell, that motherfucker ain't gonna go anywhere unless his caretaker that comes by and checks up on him all the time. Unless they take him over or he calls Uber.
I bet he either calls Uber or he walks to the store. And I don't know how close the store is to him, a big store, but I bet you don't go out shopping very much.
He goes up the road north of him to the liquor store.
Yeah, I think he just straighten that liquor, then he hits that crack pipe. I'm pretty sure he's hitting that crack pipe.
Crackhead Joe, Crackhead Joe.
He's I'm trying to think of what it's called. His military is scrubbed or something like that. He's a Secret Service person.
Yeah, he tries to claim it's top secret, it's classified. That's the #1 indicator of stolen valor. That motherfucker, I don't even think anybody in his family's been in the military. I didn't see anything about his dad or his grandpa or nothing.
I've done a lot of looking on him, and I don't find nothing about military.
All I know, he tries to talk that lingo to the actual guys that have been in there, but he won't come off with any what group he was with, what this or that. He won't. He changes the subject every time somebody asks him about that shit.
Yeah, he's like watching old Kamala Harris on TV. Somebody asks a question and she'll dance all around that question and never answer it. That's who he reminds me of.
Hell, that's a politician.
That's his hero, Kamala.
likes that hood rat bitch now. That old crack or some, Jasmine Crockett or whatever.
Oh, yeah, there for a while it was, I think, Nancy Pelosi. Then there's that other one, that ugly bitch. I can't remember her name, but boy, she was an ugly bitch. Black woman said that anybody sees anybody out there that voted for Trump, go up and mess with them, terrorize them.
Yeah, that's old Mad Max, old Maxine Waters. Yeah, she's look like a gorilla cookie.
I believe she's the ugliest black woman I've ever seen in my life. And I'm gonna say the ugliest woman I ever seen in my life.
She looked like a goddamn gorilla. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't see how in the hell, well, you'd have to be some stupid motherfuckers keep voting for the same bullshit all these years. 'Cause, they just keep voting them in over, and their districts over there are so fucked up. I don't see how in the hell they must have some shit pulled over these motherfuckers to go along with that crap. That shit is, I don't know. I don't get it.
I think a lot of us do with all the people on SSI that's 300 years old, 110, 120. I think that's got a lot to do with it.
Yeah, they're all mad and shit now. Hell, I just watched a video. This guy goes by Officer Tatum. He was at some college or something. They had some kind of deal going on, and he was invited, and they had their little tent and shit set up. And fucking Antifa, there's probably about, I don't know, 10 of them or some shit. They was all huddled up in a group, had their umbrellas, and came up to this canopy and fucking ripped it down, took all their shit, and backed off with it. And the cops are right there, and that Officer Tatum dude fucking pushed one of them down, and the cops stopped him. Instead of arresting these motherfuckers, they protected them, and it was all on video.
Hey, did you see that deal with that boy that was in a track meet? Pretty smart kid. And that guy walked up there, stabbed him in the heart, killed him. He died in his twin brother's arms.
Yeah, apparently there was I seen that shit here a couple days ago. They were all bitching because the mainstream news ain't said nothing about it. But apparently they were at a track meet, and this motherfucker was in the wrong seat, and they asked him to move, and he got all, typical negative behavior, got lippy and wanted to fight and shit. And the story I heard, what one of them was saying, that dude's brother stood up, grabbed that guy's backpack, told him to move, and he did it so fast, he stabbed him twice, right in the fucking heart. And, yeah. But, the news media don't say nothing about it because it was a black dude killing a white dude. So there's no outrage, there's no protest, there's no burning down cities, there's none of that shit going on. But, they arrested the motherfucker. He got charged with murder, first-degree murder. Hell, they need to... What they ought to do to that motherfucker is they need to tie him up behind something and drag him down the fucking road and scratch all the black off of him.
Make an example out of him. Yeah, his brother was there, his twin brother. He's seen it all. his dad said that, I ain't gonna repeat what I know, but my son died in my other son's arms. They was twins. Pretty sad deal, man.
Yeah, I was reading on that today. The kid that stabbed him, his father said, well, he didn't provoke that. He didn't provoke that. He's a good kid. Yada, yada, yada. And it was because the kid that stabbed him was sitting where he wasn't supposed to, because he was supposed to be, him and his brother sitting there. And he told the dude, hey man, it was my seat. And it went from there, and then the dude stood up and stabbed him.
Yeah, the dude that done the stabbing was in the wrong place completely. He wasn't even with his group.
Nope, sure wasn't.
He was 17.
Yep.
Man, of all places, though, just a track meet. I mean, why would you even have an out there with you unless you're planning on doing something?
Now them kids roll. Oh, he had a part-time job after school and made a 3.9 grade average. But that don't mean he still don't fuzz around like a little stupid ass.
Yeah, the dad said, though, he said, man, I don't want it to be racism. He said, I want to try to forgive the kid. He said, that's the only way I can deal with this.
Yeah, the thing is, motherfuckers, they get where they think they can just do any fucking thing they want and the world should kiss their ass. And to stab and kill somebody over a fucking where you wasn't supposed to be sitting and you was sitting and they ask you to move.
Yeah, that's senseless. It's plumb senseless, I'm telling you. Which you know.
Yeah, it was a straight up puss move.
Hell yeah. Yeah, the dad said he already forgave him, but karma will get him. And he said God will get him. But, you know, he'll probably sit in jail for the rest of his life, go to prison, be sitting in there playing video games and getting fucked in the ass.
Yeah, I'm here because I stabbed a white boy to death.
Yeah, he'd probably get these little pats on the back. End up being a game banger in prison.
Well, the Democrat Party will give him a fucking trophy.
Yeah, it's just a terrible thing, man. Terrible. That kid had a future, too. I mean, he's a pretty smart kid. 4.0 or something like that.
Yeah, he was a 4.3 grade average, the one that died.
Yeah, he's a very smart kid. And, well, his Facebook, I seen some of the stuff on his Facebook. He wasn't no mouse, you know what I mean?
Yep.
What was fucked up, that deal I was watching, the very last thing that he posted on one of his social media shit was, I forgot what it was, but it was just fucked up, what he said.
Yeah, he said something about I work hard and someday God will let it help me let it pay off or something like that. Yeah, something like all my work I do, he said, hard work to do, he said, someday God will make it right.
Or something like that.
Yeah, I just feel bad for the dad and the brother. Well, I feel bad for him, too. Man, that's just a terrible thing to have happen at a track meet. God damn it. At a track meet.
Well, it's like that shit happened between Dell City and Choctaw. Had a fucking football game. Somebody had got an attitude problem, pulled out a gun and started shooting.
See, you don't hear about that shit if you don't know how to operate the computer or find it.
I'm surprised they put that all over the fucking news local here, but I
I guarantee you get away from here and they wouldn't talk about it in the news nowhere. I hate to say it, but you know it's all about racism. Yeah, I'm going to be thug little niggas, and I'm just going to put it as it is. Exactly. For those, I didn't say nigger, I said niggas. But ain't that what they do? They walk up and do a little hand slapping and holding their crotch. Hey, nigga, what's up? Yeah, you know what? They could say it. My son was black. I even told him, I said, how come you guys can sit and call each other niggers, but you know a white man can't? What was his response to that one? He didn't say nothing. He didn't say a word. Well, it's racist. No. It's like a close friend of mine that I've known since fucking school days. Black kid named Cleo. He told motherfuckers before, he goes, don't call me nigga. He said, you run around complaining about racism. You need to stop that damn shit with your own damn self where you want it to stop. Because he has a rebel flag tattooed on the inside of his left forearm. And it was like, damn nigga, what you got all that racist shit on you for, man? He fucking come unglued on him. Yeah, what's good for the goose, the gander can't do. I'm sorry, I keep back with you. Yeah, I say what's good for the goose, but the gander can't do it. Yeah. Well, I had to go in the place and get him because he was about to fucking fight both of them. What you doing with that racist white people shit on you for? Boy, he come unglued. He said, one of the goddamn coolest motherfuckers I know is a white boy sitting out in that pickup right now. And then he went ballistic on him about, don't call me nigga. Goddamn. Yeah, we'll never get past racism just over the N-word. Just over the N-word. Because they can't live it down. Hell, me and this guy's like brothers from a different mother. Hell, if I see his mama somewhere, she'll walk up and put her arms around me. Hey, how you doing, little man?
Yeah, them others put it in movies, they put it in their music, they call each other that all the fucking time. They just use it as an excuse to cry.
And they's all good people. Hell, we really deal together. I gave them bargains, they gave me bargains. We never had no racial issues. Yep. You know, I say, hey, how you doing, Mama Kelly? How you doing? You know, and he was that same way. He was the same way with my mama. Hell, he'd be over at our house when we was his. And Mama come in, she goes, hey, there's my little friend. And he'd start laughing. And one night she made up some stuff and then a blueberry pie. She goes, well, I got a little soul food. And he goes, soul food? Hell, that's nigger food. Yeah,
Hey, when I was in school, I don't remember when they started telling you that saying, sticks and stones may break your bones, but words will never harm you. Nigga is just a word. It ain't hurt a damn soul.
Nope. Yeah, that's back like they used to call Mexicans wetbacks and Indians blanket asses, and they had a name for Jews, and they had a name for Germans. You know, they had a name for everybody.
Yeah, cracker, honky, all that good shit. I ain't never got mad over none of that shit. I've been called all that stuff. I ain't never once got mad.
Yeah, I'll agree with you. That shit don't offend me none. Well, that don't bother me a bit.
It's like it. I seen that damn meme. It was an Indian dude wearing a fucking jersey, but it was the Caucasians.
Yeah, I seen that.
I was like, hell yeah.
Take the fucking humor in it, you know. People like Gary out there that actually push it, the racism, and he pushes it harder than anybody I've ever heard in my life. That dude is full-blown fucking racist. He's got a fucking problem. He's mentally ate up. He's stuck in the fucking 60s with his brain.
All I know, I've already said it, but I ain't never heard all that bullshit around here until he showed up. We didn't have any racist problems around this motherfucker until he showed up.
So y'all were keyed together the whole time. There's none nuts out there.
All I was saying, we ain't never had no racist shit going on out here until this motherfucker showed up.
I know.
The whole time I've been on the radio around this town, my whole life, pretty much. And, I ain't never heard no such fucking bullshit.
Oh, shit. You know, some word, he got me confused with somebody saying that me and Bam Bam used to run together. Well, Bam Bam was way ahead of me on CB radios. Hell, he didn't have time to run with me.
The motherfucker's ate up. He thinks I know Mark Sherman and shit. And he thinks he knows him, and that motherfucker, I'm pretty sure this motherfucker draws a head check, man. That's why he's in that house over there. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
You know, I ain't never heard him make connection with Mark Sherman on the CB radio.
I ain't either. Hell, I sit there and listen to him out in Skipland hollering and hollering and hollering. He never responded to him or anything, because that dipshit out there in the desert, he wasn't listening anyways. He done key long enough, hear who was talking, then key back up. But this motherfucker's so full of shit.
Oh, I know. He's bad. Sound like his radios. I ain't never heard one of them out there either. And I've heard Hippie advertise that many a time, saying, I give you $100, just one person say they're talking on a Mark Sherman rebuild.
Hell, there might be a few of them out there. Because the Attorney General's over spanking his ass.
Yeah, they might be, since that judge made him pay some money back on radios.
That's the Attorney General over. I should have, man. It's got to be on there somewhere. Somebody had to recorded that or something. Because that dude he did a Freedom of Information Act thing, and he got the audio recordings of the Attorney General calling up Mark Sherman. There was 3 videos, and they were all like 30, 40 minutes long of a conversation between Mark Sherman, I think something to do with the Attorney General, and it was their lawyer. And they were telling him he needs to put out radios or refund money, and he kept crying about schemers and scammers, and the same shit he says on the radio. He's trying to do the same routine with these motherfuckers, and they wasn't buying it. And what I've wanted was the damn video that had the Mark Sherman's greatest hits. There was like 4 or 5 songs that they had made about him using that AI shit, I listened to him. This shit was funnier than fuck. But I should have made me a copy of it, because when they deleted his YouTube channel, they deleted that dude's crap too.
Hell, if I had recorded it on my phone, I still wouldn't know how to find it.
I think it was at Taft, or I think it was T-A-F-T. I'm pretty sure that's who it was that put that on there. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it is.
I really figure he'll show up here in a little bit. Because I don't think he got it all out of his system last night. Old duct tape.
Hell, damn it. Them old dead keys flying up there. Hell yeah, break up.
I don't know about your dead key acting up on you, but it don't. You still sound good out there on the airways. I can't tell it.
I see it on the mirror. I don't know. Every now and then, I don't know, for some damn reason it starts climbing.
I wonder if it's something to do with warming up. You know, they say the hotter it gets, the better it talks.
Yeah, I don't know. Hell, it only gets to a certain temperature, because I got them thermal switches in there hooked to fans.
Used to have one of those tube-type mobiles in my car back in the day. That old thing started singing. It was working.
Ever since I put them fans and I put that heat sink on the regulator over and put the fins off of a dual final radio on the back of it, and it's got a CPU heat sink on the side. I found one that was the same height as the frame of the radio, and it had a fan on it. So I wired it in on a thermal switch and put that thermal switch right there by the regulator. So when it heats up, I think it was like 100. I don't remember what the fuck it was, like 120 or some bullshit. It kicks the fan on. So you talk on it for a long, long time. And it's got an exhaust fan where the internal speaker. I took it out, put a fan right there, blowing out. So it sucks all the heat out.
Well, you got it sounding clean over there, just loud. Loud and clean, and your words don't run together or nothing, man. It sounds good. You're like me, though, when you're talking, you don't get to yelling into it, you just talk normal. Only you guys get it set to talk normal, then they start screaming into it, and boy, it messes them all up.
That's what that knucklehead was doing yesterday. I don't know what he's sounded like he's screaming in his mic. I don't know, I better fucking with this one here, where I can get further away from it. But, yeah, it acts like it ain't really getting out. It ain't making the meter swing.
But that meter's storying to you. Alright, yeah, I gotta step out a bit. I'll be back.
Oh, damn it. Hey, script boat. Show up, script boat. There's some more motherfuckers talking about this shit, about the pyramids. The experts have discovered it's an underground city.
Yeah, they've been finding out a lot of shit about that lately.
I don't know, that shit I watched, I think it was yesterday, or it might have been a couple of days ago. They were talking about they found crap all around the world like that, underground cities.
They've been finding underground places where people have been living underground all over the place, but they're finding more shit now.
Where them damn aliens are hiding at?
Yeah, there was some shit. We watched a lot of these expedition adventure deals, and they did one on in the city that was all below ground. And then there was some people out here in the western part of the United States, some Indians. They lived in caves in the side of the canyons up high. They cut themselves houses and place dwellings up in them motherfuckers.
Sam, an ancient tree discovered in New Zealand, contains 42,000-year-old record of a reversal of the Earth's magnetic field. In other words, the magnetic field that pulls the compass needle to the north was pulling it to the south, and then it turned around and started pulling it back to the north.
4-9, about to pop. About to pop. You get a copy on Screaming Eagle? Yellow pop, you get to your zone?
Is there anybody out there?
Yeah, Screaming Eagles out here.
No, ain't nobody out here. Hell, we all left already.
I guess everybody went to the gay bar.
You're not there.
Oh, sorry, maybe not. That's a joke in my hometown on the CB. People will always say that, just joking around, not for real though.
Yeah, we're out here, but we're just not out there, Roger.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot this is a city. They actually have gay bars. Not in my town, they don't have them.
A gay bar? Did you say a gay bar?
Yeah, there was this joke in my hometown. I used to live in Tecumseh, and they would always joke around out there. If somebody wasn't on the CB, they'd be like, oh, it must be at the gay bar. But there ain't no gay bars out there, so it was just a joke.
Oh, I got you. I used to live out there in Hera. I'm talking 20 years ago.
Oh, yeah, did you like it much?
Yeah, I did. I liked it out there. It's just, everybody knew everybody's business, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that small town gossip, man, it would get you.
Yeah, I got some relatives over in Tecumseh, too, but, I think they're, wild girls, you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a lot of those out there, too.
And Hernandez?
What'd you say? I missed that.
Their name's Hernandez. Hernandez.
That's not a bad name.
Yeah, I thought maybe you might recognize it. I won't mention their first names. I don't want to get in trouble. They'd be mad at me.
No, I don't recognize that name. A lot of people are named Hernandez, though, but...
Hey, Roger. Hey, I'm going to get back quiet there. You can talk to somebody else. Hey, you have a good day out there. Always good to hear somebody around Oklahoma City there that used to live out around here.
You have yourself a fine one. I'm going to go in there and find me something to eat. Talk to you later.
All right, catch you later. You got Moondog on this end. You have a good one.
That was Rebel you were talking to.
going north of that mountain marker's going west. Buffalo.
Damn, is that it?
Come on, Chuck.
Tempo.
Sounds like a typical Friday night OKC.
I know you're correct.
There's a lot of ears listening.
Yeah, we're waiting on the Smoking Joe show. I think he burned himself out already. Killed out a little bit too much.
You got about 30 more minutes and I'm going to bed. And I want my 50 cent back.
Yeah, me too.
No show Joe.
I know one thing I'm saying back up.
There's not no just gruntled truckers or anything out there, like somebody couldn't find a spot to park, something to bitch about. Come on, let's go.
No, right.
Yeah, they've been pretty well skate free.
Let's go. What you got to say about that loudness? Come on, let's go. Let's go.
Turn that crap down.
Heartbreaker. You blowing my speaker out over here too. There must be something in the atmosphere. 'Cause I'm gonna have to turn mine down or something. We're gonna have to negotiate.
I'm not that far away. I'm at 10th and Douglas.
Yeah, I knew something was up.
just coming back from Spencer.
That's Spence. At least you made it back.
Yeah, you never know out there. Ship before that, I was clear over southeast of the new turnpike.
Damn it.
I think everybody went to bed.
Nah, we're out here.
Yeah, it's getting to be about that time.
We out here.
Hey, I'm only gonna be good for about another 30 minutes.
I think I hear Snowman.
Wave a hand over there, Heartbreaker.
Oh, Snowman.
Good evening. Shit, these last few mornings I've been getting up at fucking 4 to 5 o'clock in the fucking morning. I'll be ready to go to bed, but I ain't getting up early in the morning. I'm gonna lay next to Mama a little longer. I'm gonna try to make it to about 7.
Where's everybody at?
We all out here.
We're waiting for Smoking Joe to show up.
We out here.
Smoking Joe to show up, huh?
Yep, waiting on old Smoking Joe to show up.
He's probably passed out.
Well, he got paid yesterday, I guess, so he got all spun up. His wing was spun up. Hell, I wasn't on the radio, but hell, I got told about it.
That's where I was. I wasn't on it either. Just not turning it on after a while.
We don't need no Smoking Joe show.
Well, I was kind of occupied with the missus. We were watching stuff on TV and all that.
You act like y'all still newlyweds down there.
Oh, we enjoy each other's time. Now we get to playing cards. We'll watch these little shows like Alaskan People and adventure things and shit like that.
We're all kind of spread out all over the place.
Mr. Just because we old don't mean we dead.
Well, where you at? Jimmy! I heard you, idiot.
still waiting. Hell, that dumb somebody's probably listening. He just don't want to chime in yet.
copy? Somebody got a copy? Is this Puerto Rico? This is Fred. This is Puerto Rico. This is Fred Curry in Puerto Rico. Somebody copy Cameroon? I got a copy. I got a copy, Macaron. This is Juan. My name is Juan. I come from Puerto Rico. You got a copy? Come on.
Oh, ain't no much. You say it's in Puerto Rico, man. Alright, I ain't seen nothing to mess with you. Them scales is locked up, El Reno.
Hey, man, I appreciate that. There's a real good back across town over to Shawnee. I ain't seen anything that way.
Appreciate it.
I got yes. 315. 315. You come from your house or you come in the truck?
The master Pop, you make it out here and ready to go yet? Right at the top.
Screaming Eagle, is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay, well, I can understand you a little bit now. But what the hell happened? Let's go, Negro.
I think it's because I had this radio hooked up to that one power supply thing. I think that might have done something to this radio. I got another coming though. I ordered a unit in 29, and I should have it tomorrow.
Well, you still got a bad issue with that radio. If I was you, I'd unplug it before it catches the place on fire.
What?
Did I say that again?
I said if I was you, I'd unplug that sucker before it catches the house on fire, man. It sounds bad.
Well, it seems good over here. The house on fire.
Car battery now.
Yeah, it sounds good over here.
Oh, really? Maybe it's because we're close or something, man.
Yeah, I got that antenna put up.
Okay, hang on. Hey, dude, go down one channel for a minute.
Go down one?
Yeah.
No, go up one.
What the hell?
I said, what the hell's going on out there? It's too goddamn quiet.
I guess it's fine-tune time.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, what kind of radio did you say that was?
XLT or something like that. It's got the mic gain to it, RF gain. It's got SWR meter built into it.
Oh, yeah, that's cool.
The microphone I wanted, they were out of stock, power mic. And as soon as it comes in stock, I'm going to order one of them.
I don't think Cobra is compatible with Uniden, though. I don't think it is. I might be wrong, but anyway, Cobra power mic's $40.
Cobra and Uniden the same damn shit.
I don't think Uniden is compatible with Cobra, though.
Yes, they are. Uniden and Cobra have been the same damn manufacturer for about 40 years.
Yeah, I don't know. As far as I remember, I mean, this was a long...
What do you say? Uniden Mac won't work on a Cobra?
What was that, Snake?
He said Uniden Mac won't work with the Cobra.
Damn, hold on a minute there over here, 102. Do what, Snake?
It's a different name.
I thought I heard that guy say Uniden Mac won't work with the Cobra.
The other changes the same damn radio.
Matter of fact, though, Radio Shack at one time was using the same board that Cobra was using.
There is some Radio Shack radios that did this thing. I've got one in the closet over here. It's the same board as the Cobra 29, but it's a Radio Shack.
Well, if you say so. But yeah, these Cobra mics are only like $40.
What? Stock Mac? $5 mic.
There ain't no such thing as a $40 Cobra mic.
If you paid $40 for a Cobra stock mic, they seen you coming.
Oh, shit.
The static power mic has got the chrome front grill. I've used them in the past, man. Those are good microphones.
Yeah, it's a D104 handheld.
Yeah,
Well, I like conditions like this. You don't hear all them fucking yahoos with them stupid ass piece of crap base stations only got one channel.
Oh my God, he's crying about somebody on the base station. They ain't heard nobody on the base station yet.
Yeah.
I hear you all the way out there fucking Nevada. I'm way up there to Carolina. Don't tell me you ain't on no damn base station.
Where you hear a base station at?
Like I said, I hear you all the way out there in Nevada, and I hear you all the way over there in Carolina.
Well, cool. It means his mobile radio is getting out.
Hell yeah. Mobiling.
Smoking Joe base station.
Mobile with what? A lazy boy?
I think he's jealous your mobile works better than his.
I don't know, but there's been a lot of skip going on. When you got conditions, you know, that shit happens. It really don't matter what the hell you're talking on.
Well, I ain't heard none of y'all till I got right here.
Yeah, I talked from Houston to California on the 7th.
24/7.
24/7.
Uh-oh, you on radio 24/7 again?
Yeah, 366 days.
Probably how he is. I'm not.
Yeah, they get that shit backwards, don't they? Yeah, you sit there and talk about somebody being on the radio all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But how the fuck do you know this unless you're on it all the time?
Exactly.
Because he's living in that truck. That radio is his only outsource of talking to anybody.
I hope he takes a bathroom break once in a while.
Apparently he never leaves town.
God forbid if I fucking lived here. Y'all be in real trouble.
Oh, why is that? You gonna piss on yourself?
Oh man, what would you do? Tear your shit down because you can't handle it?
It's like mud ducks. No government caught up to that point.
That fucking retard's a goddamn con artist, man. I've been telling people that for a long time. That motherfucker scammed your shit. The Attorney General got a hold of it. I heard the recordings that were online from the phone call crap. I know what's going on with that jackass. That's why you ain't heard him on the fucking radio.
He's locked up in federal prison. Goddamn stupid motherfuckers like me out of business during the COVID. $50 grand from the government. And guess what? They caught up to his ass. He's locked up in federal prison now.
Well, Pops, I'll be over there tomorrow sometime afternoon. You guys have a nice
Radio.
Well, if he's locked up in federal prison, I should be able to get on the lookup and check him out. If he don't show up, that's just some more CB propaganda. But the last thing I heard was the recordings of the Attorney General's lawyer and all that, telling that jackass he needs to cough them radios up or give them people their money back. And I seen all the documentation too. They had a whole list of motherfuckers that he owed radios to and how much they paid and all that shit.
Look him up. He's on Facebook today.
Federal prison and he's listening.
Hell, he's on Facebook all the fucking time. How the hell's he doing that if he's locked up in prison?
What I heard was somebody said they looked it up.
You know, you can look up federal inmates and shit. And that's like public information. I'm pretty sure he ain't in jail, he ain't locked up. He's still over there scheming and scamming. Yeah, ain't nobody heard nothing from him for almost a year now because they're on his ass over there.
Yeah, he's to cease business.
Better hear that guy now. Well, get on Facebook, dude. Somebody keyed up, said he was on there yesterday posting shit. So he's still around. He don't have a YouTube channel. They nuked that. They took that shit down. Because all that harassment crap he was doing with all his propaganda shit. Got a hook on it. Got a hook on it. Hell yeah. Hammer. I think they're in Illinois. They're still in Arkansas and shit. looking at that windy.com, that weather app, and putting it on I think it was satellite, and put it on visible, or visibility, and it'll shade the clouds where you can see them. Put that shit in motion. It's just bad. That's pretty badass shit.
Buddy, you kind of sound like 10 million.
Yeah, that windy, that's the best weather app out there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pay $40 for it though. I'll just use the free version.
Yeah, that's all I'm using.
I'm trying to find, I don't think it's on there, but you know how they see the wind, they're like away in toward the radar and they see the tornadoes, circulation shit. I don't know what the hell they called that.
Damn it, it's past my bedtime. We'll watch a little news and finish one more game of pool and see what's up.
Got a funnel coming down over in Missouri, look like.
Damn it. Yeah, my cousin out there around Little Rock, she don't like that storm shit one bit. I guess that stuff that been going on kind of got her jumpy. So she said tonight after I got off work, she was, I hauled ass down to Sheridan to my boyfriend's little farm he's got.
It's fucking crazy, man. They're getting hammered like 3 days in a row now or some shit.
Yep, yeah, they're getting, she's fixing to have something crawl on top of them here in about another hour out there in Sheridan, which that's about 20-25 miles south of Little Rock. She goes, I did not want to be alone in my apartment with this shit hitting. Come on! Yeah. Show up!
She goes to zoo, bad boy. Got a real black man good radio chick.
A real black Negro.
14-year-old black Negro. Real dark black Negro.
cotton picker.
That's racist.
Hell yeah, no doubt.
Show up, Gary.
That's all you gotta do.
I think the winds are trying to pick up out of the north-northwest.
All you gotta do, bad boy, show up. What you got to do? Kiss your son, your daughter.
If you show up, I'm gonna bow up.
Show up, Gary, you mother licker.
Show up, cotton picker.
Somebody's too lazy to pick up.
Probably doesn't know what it looks like. A real cotton-picking black man.
Gary, quit licking your dog and pick your damn phone up.
Gary's probably getting Nick down in Dallas.
Probably busy putting a hot patch on his blow-up doll.
He's been trying to separate that dildo on it.
Bisexual.
Well, they can give that patches a reach around while he's going at it.
Ooh-wee, ain't nothing like that.
Go ahead, radio check. Sounding good. You're welcome.
Show us, Gary, you fish that pool.
Yeah, go ahead, radio.
What's going on tonight?
Sticks, you get that antenna out of the kit?
Yeah, where you at?
Yeah, but not quite all the way just yet. Hey, incidentally, what does a moonraker cost these days anyway?
I don't even know if you can buy one now. I think they got a shooting star, but I don't know if they got a moonraker anymore. Yeah, I know a guy that had one back in my hometown, but I don't know what happened to it after he passed away. I got his big amplifier before he passed.
Mako, made in America.
What is the power output on that?
I think that Moonraker 4 was an Avani antenna, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Did you say what was what? What was the question you asked?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, the power output on that antenna he was talking about. The power rating, how much power can you push through that antenna?
The Moonraker?
No, the other one, IMAX, I think he said?
At least 1,000.
Oh, it's just, yeah, 1,000?
Probably a couple thousand. I think the Entron 99 is more than that.
Yeah, the Entron does, what, 2,000?
The thing of it is, though, most people don't have 2,000.
Shit. I got that in quarters.
I'm only running 100.
The 100?
Nobody needs 2,000.
That would make a good driver, though, wouldn't it?
100 watts for what?
I don't think anybody here in the city's got more than 1,000 watts.
Is that right?
If you're running more than 1,000 watts, raise your right hand.
You crazy if you think no one's running more than 1,000 watts.
That's what I'm thinking. What?
Here in Oklahoma City?
Yeah.
Snake might be close to that, but I don't think he does.
Shit, my base radio does 1,000.
Damn it. I feel pretty good about myself. I'm just running 100 watts.
Hell yeah. I can do a KW easy.
I'm only 20 foot in the air, 100 watts.
Not with this stuff, but I can hook it up. But I don't ever hook it up.
I'm on a real CB radio.
My receiving worth of shit in here.
Buffalo, he only runs 4 watts.
I run negative watts, come out.
In my opinion, if you're running if you're running 1,000 watts, you're just fooling yourself.
Well, that depends on what the people in Alaska tell you. I'm only running 3.5 watts right now.
That's what I'm saying. You don't need 5,000 watts to talk anywhere, really.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to differ on that one, bro, because being on channel 19.
Who's he talking to?
I'm going to talk to Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania.
Hell, I'm 20 feet in the air, cheap ass antenna, 100 watts, and skip's going. I can talk everywhere. I can talk everywhere, pretty much in the metro.
Yeah, in the metro, yeah.
Hell, I can talk to Norman, Midwest City.
The world is a big place, bro.
I'm not even on a 10 meter, 4 watt McKinley, 100 watt RM Italy. That's it.
So you've actually never talked to like Jamaica or Australia or Canada then, right?
Well, I've talked to all of them. I've talked to Jamaica. I even talked to Ireland before. Same radio, same antenna, same power.
Okay, that radio you're talking on now?
Yep, McKinley, 4 watt radio. I do the same thing on my Cobra 148, old school. My Unison PC66 radio, my Cobra 29. It don't matter what radio you got. You don't need a fucking 10 meter.
Hell yeah, I talk all over the place on the 959.
Yeah, I got a 959 too. Yeah. Hell, I got a fucking Magnum Delta Force, you know. It don't help nothing.
Well, I do have to give it to you, though. You talk to a lot of places on that. And I've only had this radio for about 2 weeks now. And I did talk to Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania twice so far. And that's for just 3.5 watts.
I know one thing, that Delta Force and some badass radios.
Yeah, it is a badass radio.
I had one. Wish I still had it. There's some audio machines. You had that Magnum turbo board in it. You put a handheld D104 on that sumbitch. Man.
Hell yeah. It's got punch to it, so, I mean, you really don't need much more than that.
said, be mine.
I remember a couple of years ago, I was down in southwest Texas, down by Laredo, out in the middle of nowhere. I had my little bitty radio, Cobra 29, in my motorhome, and I heard a rattlesnake loud and proud down there.
Motherfuckers tell me they hear me all over the place. It's all about conditions. If it wasn't for conditions, we wouldn't hear anybody.
Now look what you did. You went and became famous on us.
I mean, 5,000 watts ain't, it'll make you talk to Dallas every day to somebody.
Hey, Rattlesnake, just don't forget about us small people, okay?
What's he talking about?
You're getting famous on us, dude. Hey, you know who Bam Bam was, don't you?
Yeah, I grew up knowing him. Yeah, I've been around a while. I know who Bam Bam is.
He pissed off a whole lot of people up around the Poconos. But I'm just kind of curious, how old was he anyway?
I don't know, he's like 60, 70, something. I don't remember how old he was.
You think he was older though?
Yeah, he's older. I don't remember exactly how old he was. He's probably pretty close to 70.
Yeah, he's a few years older than me, and I'm 69. I think he'd been close to about 74, Snake.
Hey, Venture, I think you should have read your signs a little better, dumbass.
Yeah, I've heard all the stupid stories that people made up out here on the radio. Bam Bam went to jail, went to prison, these people over here is mad, blah, blah, blah. I've heard it all.
Yeah, but I don't know. I can tell you one thing, Bam Bam was a damn good guy. The only problem was he was so fucking smart, he could do anything with a radio.
I never myself had any problems with the man, but I did find it funny that he was making so many people mad.
Who was getting mad?
Everybody that tried to talk on the radio, pretty much.
See, nobody ever knew that was Bam Bam doing that. He done it for 7 or 8 years before anybody knew it was him.
Yeah, and then he came off and said several hundred times, as a matter of fact, this is Bam Bam, and then went on with the red panties and all that. But either way, it was making everybody up there mad. He was squashing everybody, bro.
Yeah. He just knew what he was doing. He just having fun. And I tell you what, if you ever met the guy, you'd like the shit out of him.
He was just having fun on his radio.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd trip out if you knew how he was doing that.
Hell yeah, I could do it sitting right here. I could talk on this radio in the shop from my house.
He climbed a cell phone tower and had his antenna in the top of a cell phone tower, and FCC busted his ass, and I don't know.
Dude, where you hear this stupid shit from?
Well, East Coast.
Dude, we know who Bam Bam is. He worked on repeaters. He worked on the county sheriff's radios and shit. He had a repeater cabinet on top of the bank building and over here on the hospital. He put an Antron, a base station, and a 400-watt linear up there. And he had it rigged up in handhelds. I had one of the handhelds. I could do that, sit here and push that button, and it would go off, play on the radio. But he'd take one of them radios and put it in a mobile radio or a base station, and he could remotely activate it, and it would key up.
Yeah, I kind of figured it was on some kind of a timer. But yeah, I never had a problem with them, and that's exactly why I even brought them up, is because I was still kind of curious about it after all this time, you know?
There wasn't no timer.
It did seem kind of like it, though.
How do you... Dude, there was no timer, nothing like that.
Then it had to be somebody else that was doing that, because it was like every 5 minutes for months.
Do you not listen to what I said? I had one of the radios that push a button and it activates it. There was quite a few people in town that had radios that was on that frequency, and all you had to do is just hit it, and it would activate it.
There was a repeat. Yeah, I know Catfish George had one, and Old Clutch had one for sure.
We hear these people all the time thinking they knew how it was operated and all that. I was right there. I seen it. I had one of the radios. I did it myself. This shit was funny as hell.
Yeah, Bam Bam owned a motorcycle shop right here in Oklahoma City. Right over there off of 29th Street.
Yep. I had, well, the people I know of, me, Crazy D, Junebug, not this Junebug over here, but Sean Junebug. He had one. There's Big C, I think, had one. His friend, I can't remember his damn name, but he's got an actual, one of the first prototype things he built. All you gotta do is hook it up and put an antenna to it, and it still works. It'll still broadcast. It's the whole freaking cabinet. But, you know, you hear all these people thinking, oh, I know this and that. They don't know diddly fucking squat what the hell they're talking about.
Hell, he sat right here in my radio room and keyed that little handheld up, set that thing off.
Yeah, come on. Show up. What you got to lose, bad boy?
Yeah.
You ain't got nothing to lose, just show up.
Yeah, Bam Bam was an alright dude, man. He was pretty cool. We was out there riding at Draper, that's been 4 years ago. We was riding dirt bikes out there at Draper. He whips out a phone, a briefcase, and starts talking on the phone. The lid of the radio was the antenna.
Hell yeah. Hell, my dad used his repeater shit back in the day for his security company. That motherfucker be on there all the goddamn time on that phone patch making phone calls.
Yeah, that's the first mobile phone I ever seen. That's the first mobile phone.
First one I seen was a bag phone.
A bat phone?
Yeah, Batmobile phone.
Yeah, you know, it just looked like a briefcase, and he pulled it out, man. It had a little deal in there where you could dial up, and had the head of the phone, you know, you put up your mouth and your ear, and he made a phone call there. I think he called the shop, called Hot Dog.
Hell yeah. And hell, all these people got to do, they come out here with all their made up shit, thinking they know what they're talking about. I mean, they get a little education, look it up. It's on the fucking internet. It shows what he got busted. He didn't get in trouble because he was saying that pretty red panty and all that shit. They didn't give a shit about that. It was how he was doing it. That's what got him in trouble. He got, I think it was like $9,500 fine because he was using commercial band radios to transmit that, to use it. He wasn't actually transmitting it on the commercial band shit. He was using the repeaters to trigger it. You know, it was how he was doing it. That's why he got in trouble.
Hell, I tell you what, I knew Bam Bam, and hell, I drive my truck. I'd be up in Kansas, Arkansas, and I'd hear that go off. I didn't know it was Bam Bam doing it. I thought it was somebody with a big strap at the station.
Yeah, that motherfucker on that damn, I think he had one at his house too, on top of that tire, where the antenna on top of his tire down there. Then he had one here in town.
Yeah, there's a talk, man. Everybody, man, I wonder how that dude does that. I hear him all over. I hear him everywhere. California, I hear him all over the world.
Then the one that was at his cycle shop, it did it too. And I could actually talk on that one. I did it a few times. It didn't work so great sitting in here, it'd kind of break up. But I could go out on the porch and talk on it. Yeah, it's pretty fun there for a while, but I didn't really care for doing all that all the time. I didn't want no part of it, really.
Yeah. I remember George, he never did tell me that was Bam Bam doing that, because I'd tell him we'd be talking about it over there. That was back when I was working, driving the truck. I'd come by there and I'd say, man, how's that guy do it? George would say, I don't know, he must have a big radio.
Hell, as high as that damn antenna was, I mean, hell, it's like going up on Mount Scott down there. Talk all over the damn place.
Yeah. But I didn't know it was Bam Bam all them years. Hell, I didn't even know Bam Bam was into CB radios back when I was into them, up until the last 15 years.
Say he's a moron.
He was fun to ride with. We was up there over on them there, not the hills, but over there, some pretty hard trails. Guy went up the hill, he didn't make it. His bike was about halfway up there. Well, Bam Bam said, here, I'll get it for you. He just kicked that sucker and it tumbled down the hill.
Yeah, shit. That motherfucker, dude, he'd throw goddamn radios out in 29th Street. By the time lunchtime came around, I'd drive through, there fucking shit scattered everywhere. By the time I got off work, it'd be all flattened out all over the road.
You know, that dude was crazy, but not in a stupid way. He was just crazy. He enjoyed life.
And if he didn't have no filter either. If it was on his mind, it come out his mouth. That shit was fucking funny. Him and Corn Dog. I think it wasn't too long before he died, I guess. They got kicked out of that 50s Cafe over.
Well, no shit.
'Cause he said something about the waitress, black boyfriend or whatever.
Yeah, he didn't hold nothing back at all.
Hey man, you got your ears on right here, leaving the Hobby Lobby, your trailer lights are barely working.
Which one?
Yeah, he seemed like just somebody having a...
Leaving the Hobby Lobby.
MCD 240.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Redneck or anything like that, but if he said something, he meant it.
Appreciate it.
No problem, be safe.
Remember when you used to say drivers at mile marker 101, you'll find 2 dead niggers if you drive by real slow. One will wink at you and the other one will bite your tire.
Hell yeah.
I remember that shit.
For a while there, he was saying that every day. Usually first thing in the morning.
Hell yeah, we had buffalo in the brown paper bag.
He'd always say, "Fuck you, Buffalo."
Yeah.
You know what that brown paper bag was all about, don't you?
Yeah, 'cause Buffy took his lunch to work in a brown paper bag.
Yeah, I didn't know that for years. I think, hey, I'll tell you what, I have to think about it. I think you told me that.
Oh, Buffalo would just laugh at him. Bam Bam was giving him hell, and Buffalo would just laugh. He'd be like, "Fuck you, Buffalo."
You know, Buffy, he just let it go with a stride, didn't he?
He'd say, "Yeah, Buffalo's house is painted pink."
Yeah, right now that I rolled past you, now they look like they're working, but when you were first getting out, they didn't look like they were working very well.
Man, it's just a loose...
You know, Snake, I never did know why he didn't like Buffalo so much.
I don't know, hell, I was down there at the shop one day, showed up, Buffy was in there, and, or no, I was there, and he showed up. Me and Sean, old Junebug, was in there, and, Buffalo showed up, but I didn't. They were cool then, I don't know what the hell happened.
Hell, I remember an old Buffy worked downtown there at some printing place or made trophies or something. Hell, I went down there once. Me and Cornbread Fred went down there and visited him.
Hell yeah, Cornbread Fred. Yeah, I think if a bunch of these new people out here, if they was around back in the day, they'd probably just up and quit.
Yeah. Oh, Freddie Bob, he was a good instigator. He was always instigating something.
Yeah, it was a lot different about 10 years ago, especially when you had a frickin' Windjammer and Dreamweaver, yeah.
Man, I tell you what, that Windjammer, he was a crazy dude. He had them cold killer eyes. Me and him got into it real bad one night. Well, we fought all night long. Next day I said, man, I don't want to do this. Let's just forget it and start over.
Yeah, he'd get all pissed off and get his echo mic going or whatever, echo going, and yell and scream and get the echo going.
That's the only dude I've ever been into with that really kind of scared me, you know what I mean?
I remember when I first got on the radio, he was doing all that shit. I remember he was like going on a big old rampage, like, fuck you, Darren White, and he had his echo all going and just going crazy.
Yeah, he didn't have to be mad at you. He just fucked with you. Then he'd get himself all worked up. Well, that night I got into it with him, he was looking for me. I'm glad he didn't find me. I'd probably shot him.
No shit, man. He was one crazy fucker.
Yeah, then about a month after that, I didn't hear him for about a month, and come find out somebody did shoot him.
Yeah, right in the ass.
Yeah. Yeah, he come over here after that. We visited a little bit. Hell, I even helped him out a little bit. You know, give him some coffee grounds or... I don't remember if I gave him money for gas or anything, but I'd give him shit. Hell, I guess his wife, I thought she left him just for the hell of it, but what I understand, man, he beat the hell out of her.
Yeah, that's what I heard too, and she left his ass or something. I think I remember him all moaning and groaning on the radio after she left.
Yeah, she was kind of strange. She'd make you feel uncomfortable.
Tweakers, but yeah, she passed away.
Like that there damn crack, Kool-Aid and cookies.
Oh, Demon, she used to be buddies with him and all them over there.
I think him and Demon's old man got into it one night. Big time. I said big time, I don't mean big time, but hell, even Big Time got into it with him after a while. Big Time was good to him.
What was his handle, like a Reaper Man or something?
let me think. It was Reaper.
Yeah, that's it.
Cause we had a Grim Reaper out there. He was down there in Guthrie.
Yeah, I remember him too.
You know, he was on my Facebook. Me and him got into it a couple of times. And we got on Facebook talking. Hell, he's a pretty good old boy.
I think we all are. We got, get on the radio, you turn into, you got an alter ego going on.
Yeah, his house got burnt down in one of them forest fires back about, I don't know, it's been probably 10 years ago, up there where he was at. Lost his antenna, lost his house, everything. Him and Snake got into it on a damn radio site, talking about building antennas. Snake never said nothing out of line. He just went off on him. You remember that, Snake? Only reason I know about it because I was on that same deal on my Facebook. It was something about CB show and tell or something. I don't remember now.
Yeah, come on.
You remember that guy got it, started talking shit to you on one of them websites there, show and tell, the CB show and tell over a damn antenna or something, and ended up being old Grim Reaper?
Oh, yeah.
Tell you what, that son of a bitch had a hell of a rig, but you know, his place burnt down. Antenna, house and all, but he had a hell of a rig.
Talking about Reaper?
No, it's Grim Reaper.
No, not the same guy over here at Midwest City?
No, they knew each other, but no, Reaper went by Reaper and Grim Reaper. He's an older guy, kind of cranky, but he's smart.
You know, Reaper and Demon, they lived down there by Draper Lake.
Yeah, I hear Reaper in there a lot of times at night, late at night. He don't say much. I enjoyed old Demon, man, I tell you what. She was something. Talk about cuss like a sailor, but she was a sailor.
It was before old meth head's time. Old meth head Joe, he'd probably say, oh, you ain't no sailor, you're a woman. Was she out here when he showed up?
Who, me?
No, what's her name over there? Reefer or whatever. Can't remember if she was around when old smoking nut face over there showed up.
Oh yeah, she used to talk shit to him. She'd put him in his place. The old demon, she could out-talk most men on talking crap.
Should make a submarine sniper blush.
Boy, that ain't no shit.
Come on, Doc.
Show up.
Do you have any Caucasian gonads?
Yeah, get on in there, Twinkle Toes. I know you're over sandbagging. You're listening there, Twinkle Toes. Get on in there.
Gonads ain't very big, but I'll show up.
He's too scared everybody's gonna raw dog him.
He's not done with the watermelon yet.
Slap that bald head with it.
Yeah, they were playing that audio last night of him when Dr. Bob showed up over to his house. That was funny.
Get out of my yard!
Get out of my head.
You racist white motherfucker, get out of my yard.
You racist white motherfucker!
Get your ass out of my head!
Yeah, he showed his true colors that evening.
I know, Rattlesnake's got it all recorded too.
Yeah, I didn't get the very first of it. That day when I got that recording, I used my phone to record it, but I had the volume turned down, and I think I was talking to my old lady or something, and I heard his voice, the pitch of his voice change and shit. You could tell he was fucking shit. He was scared. You could tell it. And it was a little bit after that, and I was like, what the fuck? And then I started recording. Yeah, I wish I would have got the whole thing, but I wasn't doing this gate stuff back then.
Hell yeah, you turn into Uncle Tom real quick.
Call the po-po. Yeah, old duct tape, he got them po-po on speed dial.
He got scared when a real white man showed up.
Somebody stole my phone and called the po-po.
Yeah, that's back when they delivered his duct tape to him. That was funny. Got on there. Somebody stole my phone number and called the cops. It wasn't me, but which one of y'all stole my phone number?
Oh, Crocodile and Hot Shot.
Yeah.
I was on the radio listening when all that happened.
Yeah, it's funny. You know, about 7 or 8 people met over at the same time, and it wasn't planned.
Yeah, I think he's talking shit to Crocodile, and Crocodile said, I'll show up, and he damn sure did.
Cattleman, and I think Gangster and Dr. Bob. There's 3 or 4 others big time. They all showed up over there. It wasn't even planned. Old Blade Runner was there. Blade Runner seen him. He said he'd come outside with a little old stick for a cane. Out there wobbling around, could hardly get around.
Hell, Heartbreaker met him, didn't he?
Narrow goddamn construction zone. That's what
Phantom Floyd did.
Yeah, Heartbreaker went over there one night and met him. Yeah, he don't know who Heartbreaker is.
Phantom Floyd had them pink red panties on.
Yeah, that dirty shirt, sweaty shirt.
He had that peculiar stench.
He invited him over, but he wanted him to be dressed up because his girlfriend was there.
That white boy stench.
Hell, his girlfriend was laying in the closet.
She's the one that tricked him when he went out the back door and broke the glass.
I think old Gary, he's like bisexual or something. I think he wanted some of Phantom Floyd.
He's trying to get Phantom Floyd over there drunk and suck him off.
Yeah, a couple times probably.
Yeah, down there in the back row of the petrol.
That's a good example of getting out there drunk and inviting somebody over, and then you forget about it and they show up. Then you don't know what the fuck to do.
Start bumping the time up. Went from 8 something to 9 o'clock, and then it was 10 o'clock. I think he stopped at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, don't show up unannounced at 10 o'clock.
I heard old Gary's doorbell ring when he was keyed up talking. Did y'all hear that?
Yeah, that's when Phantom went over.
That was funny.
He bought him an Uber so he could go back home.
That was shitty, though. That was a pretty shitty way to do somebody.
But we told him not to go over.
Yeah, I remember that. I wouldn't have went over there.
Can't trust them. Not a damn one of them. Can't trust none of them.
Never, ever.
Can't trust the motherfuckers to go steal their own flower pot.
14. definitely can't trust the Black Panther.
I don't know much about the Black Panthers, but some of them there clubs like that, they get wind of that, man. They go over and deal with it themselves.
All they are is the offspring of the Ku Klux Klan. It's just the black version. Some of that Democrat Party bullshit.
Purple Panthers.
Yeah, there's videos of their rallies online. Yeah, they're talking about killing white babies and all kinds of bullshit, all kind of violent crap. But they try to portray, oh, if we do stuff good for the neighborhood, that's a bunch of bullshit. Motherfuckers get out and get a job and quit sitting around, oh, well, the government, they owe us slavery, slavery. The government will send me a check every month. If I had more kids, well, females, they got it figured out. The more of them they make, the more money the government's going to give them. Then all 10 of them's got 10 different daddies. None of them around.
You talking about them 10 that went to get some milk?
Yeah. But we got some big old payday on some EBT. Come on.
Did they ever cut them EBT cards and all that shit off?
I don't know. They probably still give them out, all the illegals.
but right now there's about 30 minutes between trucks.
That's right. I-240 in Santa Fe.
Mama was a real black woman.
Show up, fool. You Donald Trump looking son of a bitch.
Barack Obama is not a real black man.
Sure don't look like it. Man, I'm sure glad I got this big-ass space station. Black Diamond. Come on! Show up, white boy.
that it?
Show up.
Yeah, come on. The air conditioner was broke and I was ferocious because it was hot and that nigger was sweating on my groceries. What?
Gary, those aren't gonads. Those are mountain oysters.
Gary, we're using germ warfare. Friday night in the big town commode. Our village idiot didn't show up tonight.
I'm out of here. I'm going to be off the radio for a while.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, I'm done. Y'all can have this channel. I'll start my own later.
damn pussy honking your horn. Get out and go up there and talk to her. Dude, stop honking your fucking horn. Get out your fucking truck with damn pussy and go up there and ask him to move.
down on the floor. Copy that. Hey, cut them loose. Gotta get these getting off.
Let's keep these wheels rolling, boys. This mud duck radio getting out, come on. There's one now for a radio check. action, or you actually unloading? Our truck sits up about half the weight, 30, 45 minutes or so after each truck. I didn't know if it was, they added time to it or what was going on yet.
No, I waited about 30 minutes after the truck left. You're sitting outside the gate with your right. Yeah, when you rolled up, I had about 45 minutes left.
Okey doke.
Stay with it.
tell her she's too in front of me, but if she got done and I wasn't moving to call me or something, wake me up. No sense me just sitting there. Sounds good. Lyndon? Yeah.
working.
Yeah, what's your speed and high wind and rain hauling doubles? There.